Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The silent spread of the Stone Plague was as merciless as it was mysterious. In the grand underground halls of Khazad-Ormm, dwarf warriors watched in horror as their brethren's flesh hardened to granite, their eyes becoming lifeless gems in faces frozen mid-scream. Meanwhile, across the enchanted forests of Silverleaf, elves witnessed their kindred fade to ethereal wisps, their once vibrant spirits dissolving into translucent shadows that drifted through ancient trees like morning mist, their voices becoming distant echoes that faded with each passing hour. The sacred pools of illumination in the Temple of Eternal Stars had turned black on the same night that the great forge of Khazad-Ormm's flames burned white, twin omens that the world itself was falling out of balance. Emissaries traveled between the two realms for the first time in 7 centuries, each bearing dreadful news. The plague affected both peoples differently, but with equal devastation, and neither realm's healers or mystics had found a remedy. In the colossal library of ether wisps, nestled within the oldest tree in Silverleaf, Thalindor Folasabia sat surrounded by ancient scrolls, his slender fingers trembling as he turned brittle pages. Unlike most elves whose tall, graceful forms embodied natural elegance, Thalindor was slight even by elven standards, with eyes of deepest violet that reflected centuries of absorbed knowledge. What distinguished him was not physical might, but his extraordinary mind, a memory so perfect that once he glimpsed a page, it remained forever etched in his consciousness. "The answers elude us still," he whispered to the empty chamber, frustration evident in his melodic voice. For 17 days and nights, he had searched relentlessly through forbidden tomes and forgotten manuscripts, seeking any mention of a plague that turned flesh to stone and spirit to shadow. The heavy oak doors of the library burst open with unusual violence, causing ancient dust to dance in shafts of emerald light that filtered through crystalline windows. Standing in the doorway was a figure as incongruous in those hallowed halls as a wolf in a butterfly sanctuary. Brunhilde Rompeaso, champion of the Eastern Tunnels, her battle-scarred face darkened with urgency and her massive axe, Troll Cleaver, still strapped to her back. "You're the bookkeeper they speak of," her voice boomed, shattering the library's reverent silence. Her braided red beard, a mark of highest honor among female dwarven warriors, was adorned with rune-etched metal beads commemorating her 100 victorious battles. Thalindor barely glanced up. "If you've come seeking directions to the armory, sturdy one, Chi, you've wandered quite far astray." Brunhilde stomped forward, her heavy iron boots leaving imprints on the delicate mosaic floor. "Listen well, quill fingers. While you've been hiding among your precious papers, my brother turned to stone before my eyes. Your High Council and our Stone Lords have sent me to collect you. Apparently, your useless memory might not be so useless after all." Thalindor finally looked up properly, noting the unusual immunity they both shared. "You've not shown symptoms either. Fascinating." "Save your fascination," Brunhilde growled. "The Elder Seers have spoken. We too must seek the Mantle of Eternity, though why I need a fragile ink-stained elf rather than a proper warrior escapes me entirely." They made an unlikely pair as they traversed the whispering plains. The tall, willowy elf with volumes of ancient lore carefully packed in enchanted pouches, and the stocky, powerfully built dwarf whose every step seemed to challenge the earth itself. Their mutual distrust was matched only by their shared immunity to the plague ravaging their peoples. The texts speak of the Mantle being hidden beyond the shattered abyss, Thalindor explained as they made camp on the third evening. Woven by the primordial weavers from threads of destiny itself, Brunhilde sharpened her axe with methodical precision, and this helps us how, Scrollworm. Unless your books contain a bridge to cross the bottomless abyss, we face an impossible task. The ancients bridged the impossible with knowledge, Thalindor countered, his fingers tracing patterns in the air as he recalled a map seen centuries ago. There exists a hidden path through the crystal caves beneath the abyss. Delightful. Dark caves filled with who knows what monstrosities, Brunhilde muttered, but her eyes betrayed a gleam of respect at the elf's recalled knowledge. Their journey took them through the Emerald Hills, where crystal formations captured sunlight and fractured it into dazzling rainbows that danced across velvet grass. Despite the beauty surrounding them, neither could afford to lower their guard. Ancient guardians, forgotten by time but not by purpose, lurked among the beauty. They learned to rely on each other's strengths. When shadow wraiths descended upon them in the Valley of Whispers, it was Thalindor's recollection of their weakness to silver and starlight that saved them. When rockslides threatened to crush them in the narrow mountain passes, it was Brunhilde's uncanny sense for stone stress and her immense strength that cleared their path. How can you possibly remember the exact wording of a text you read 3 centuries ago? Brunhilde asked one night, genuinely curious despite herself. Thalindor smiled faintly. How can you sense a stone's weakness or cleave through enchanted armor with a single blow? We are each gifted in our way, stone splitter. Perhaps you're not entirely useless after all, tree climber, she conceded, the closest thing to a compliment she had offered. The shattered abyss lived up to its name, a vast, jagged tear in the world, where floating islands of rock hung suspended in a void that seemed to drink light itself. No mortal had crossed it in living memory. Down, Thalindor pointed to a nearly invisible crevice. Under the crystal caves await below. The network of caverns beneath the abyss glittered with formations that seemed to hold galaxies within their facets. They navigated by the light of Thalindor's knowledge and Brunhilde's stone sense, descending ever deeper into the ancient earth. It was there, in the heart of the world, that they faced the trial neither had anticipated. A spectral form materialized before them, a creature of neither flesh nor shadow, but something older still. I am Arundel, first king of the Elven realms, it spoke, its voice carrying the weight of millennia. Once bound by oath to maintain peace between our peoples, now bound by curse to guard the Mantle for my betrayal. Thalindor fell to his knees in shock. The lost king. You've been here all this time. The histories claim you ascended to walk among the stars. Lies, the apparition hissed, comfortable lies to hide uncomfortable truths. I broke the sacred pact with the dwarf kings, believing elven supremacy would secure our future. For my arrogance, I was transformed and bound here until true unity could be restored. Brunhilde stepped forward, axe lowered. The plague, it's your doing. Not mine, Arundel's form flickered with regret. The consequence of ancient bonds unraveling, the pact broken so long ago has finally failed completely. The plague is the physical manifestation of that broken oath. How do we stop it? Thalindor asked, rising to his feet. The Mantle can restore what was lost, but its power requires sacrifice, the Phantom King explained, It demands that which you value most, your pride in your separate traditions, your belief in your race's superiority. Brunhilde scoffed. Easy for you to say, ghost. Our peoples have been separate for millennia for good reason. Have they? Thalendor questioned softly. All my studies point to a time when elves and dwarves worked in harmony. Our greatest achievements came from that cooperation. The eternal bridges, the Starhammer Forge, the crystal spires, all born of shared wisdom. The ghostly king gestured to an alcove where a shimmering fabric hung suspended in the air, threads of gold and silver interwoven so finely they appeared fluid, shimmering with a light that seemed to bend reality around it. The mantle awaits those worthy to bear it, Arundel intoned, but know this, once taken, the truth cannot be unknown. Your peoples must face what they have denied for generations. The ritual required elements from both traditions, elven starlight captured in crystal vials and dwarven heartfire forged into sacred runes. As Thalendor recited ancient verses from memory, Brunhilde struck the ceremonial anvil with precision, creating harmonies that resonated with the fabric of the mantle itself. When they finally draped the mantle across their shoulders simultaneously, the dwarf and elf standing as equals under its weight, visions overwhelmed them. They saw the truth. Elves and dwarves descended from the same ancestors, artificially separated by ancient powers who feared their combined strength. The plague was the final consequence of that unnatural division. By the forge and anvil, Brunhilde whispered, tears tracking through the grime on her face. By the stars and seasons, Thalendor echoed, his perfect memory now burdened with truths long hidden. As the mantle's light enveloped them, they felt the healing power surge outward, racing across plains and mountains, through forests and caverns, reaching every afflicted soul in both kingdoms. Stone became flesh once more. Shadows solidified into vibrant beings. When they emerged from the crystal caves, the world seemed somehow both exactly the same and fundamentally different. They carried not just the mantle, but the knowledge that would forever change the relationship between their peoples. What now, Laura Keeper? Brunhilde asked, as they stood at the edge of the healed abyss, which now revealed a path connecting their realms. Thalendor gazed toward the horizon where both their kingdoms lay. Now, Axe Wielder, we return to tell a story that began long before us, and perhaps help write its next chapter together. Behind them, the spectral form of Arundel finally faded into peaceful light. His ancient burden lifted as the first steps toward redemption were taken, not just for two unlikely heroes, but for the shared story of their peoples. Story 2. The impossible city shimmered into existence as the twin moons aligned, its crystalline spires piercing the night sky like thorns of light. Ithilmar, the legendary shared capital of elves and dwarves, vanished for 5 centuries, had returned, materializing between the Mistfall Mountains and the Whispering Woods, where no structure had stood the day before. Its alabaster walls gleamed with runes that pulsed like heartbeats, and fountains that had been dry for half a millennium suddenly flowed with water that glowed with inner radiance. The watchtowers of both kingdoms erupted with frantic activity. Signal fires blazed across elven treetop observatories, while drums thundered through dwarven mountain halls. By dawn, both races had dispatched their fastest scouts, each determined to reach Ithilmar first. Yet in the shadows of ancient politics, 2 figures already approached the city from opposite directions, each driven by purpose rather than conquest. Prince Aranwe Lumencristal moved like a ghost through the pre-dawn mist, his silver-white hair concealed beneath a traveler's hood. Once heir to the crystalline throne of Silverhold, he now bore the brand of exile upon his wrist, punishment for advocating peace with the Dwarven kingdoms after centuries of Cold War. His tall, lithe form navigated the treacherous boundary forests with practiced grace, violet eyes reflecting starlight as they fixed upon the distant shimmer of Ithilmar. "You finally returned," he whispered to the city, his melodic voice carrying the weight of ancient elven lore. "Just as the prophecy of 7 stars foretold." 3 miles west, climbing the rugged foothills with mechanical assistance from her own invention, pneumatic climbing gauntlets that gripped stone like an insect's legs, Freya Pedraforte cursed as one of her devices sputtered. The stocky dwarven engineer paused to make adjustments, her calloused fingers working with astonishing precision despite their thickness. Her auburn beard, braided tightly and adorned with tiny bronze gears marking her status as a master artificer, bobbed as she muttered technical incantations. "Ah, accursed elven enchantment matrix," she grumbled, though her eyes gleamed with undeniable fascination as she recalibrated the arcane energy flowing through the dwarven metalwork. Too ethereal by half, but elegant in its way. Few among her kind would admit such appreciation for elven craftsmanship. Fewer still would incorporate it into their designs. This heresy had cost Freya her position in the prestigious Forgemasters Guild of Stonekeep, though not before she had revolutionized dwarven engineering with her controversial hybrid techniques. The first rays of sunlight caught Ithilmar's highest tower, the legendary Spiral Needle, sending fractured rainbows cascading across the valley. Both travelers paused in momentary awe, then resumed their journeys with renewed urgency. They encountered one another at the Eastern Gate, an arch of impossibly interwoven stone and living wood that seemed to welcome them with a subtle change in luminescence as they approached. "A dwarf," Aranway observed, his hand instinctively moving toward the slender crystal blade at his hip. "I had hoped to have more time before your kind arrived," says the elf, who somehow beat entire scout companies, Freya retorted, adjusting something on her mechanical gauntlets that made them emit a low hum. "Here to claim our ancestors' treasures for your forest palaces. I seek knowledge, not trinkets," he replied, studying her unusual equipment with evident curiosity. "Those are remarkable devices. Elven enchantment matrices powering dwarven pneumatics." Surprise flickered across Freya's weathered features. "You have a surprisingly technical eye for an elf, especially a noble one." "Former noble," Aranway corrected, displaying the brand on his wrist. "Disowned for suggesting our peoples had more to gain from cooperation than conflict. Those in power disagreed vehemently." Freya snorted, then unclasped one of her vambraces to reveal a similar mark burned into her skin, the broken anvil of dwarven excommunication. "Seems we've both been cast out for threatening the comfortable narratives of our elders." Before Aranway could respond, the gate before them pulsed with sudden power, ancient runes illuminating in paired sequences, one set in flowing elven script, the other in angular dwarven glyphs. "It's requiring dual authentication," Freya murmured, professional interest overriding suspicion. "The old stories were true, then?" Aranway stepped forward, placing his palm against the elven runes. "Ithilmar was designed to be accessed by our races working in tandem." After a moment's hesitation, Freya pressed her hand to the dwarven sigils. The gate responded immediately, stone and wood flowing apart like water to form an entrance. "A temporary alliance?" Aranway proposed, extending his hand in the formal manner. "Until we determine what lies within." "Practical, if nothing else," Freya agreed, clasping his forearm in the traditional dwarven greeting. "Besides, I suspect neither of us could navigate this place alone." Ithilmar defied conventional understanding of architecture. Streets rearranged themselves as they walked, buildings shifted configuration, and fountains appeared where moments before solid plazas had stood. Yet there was purpose to this fluidity. The city seemed to be responding to them, revealing itself in measured increments. "It's testing us," Aranwe whispered, as they entered the third district. His ability to decipher ancient inscriptions had already proven valuable, guiding them past glyphs that would have triggered defensive enchantments. "Not just testing," Freyra countered, her mechanical sensors detecting patterns in the energy flows beneath the streets. "It's learning from us, adapting to our presence." They made a formidable team. When ghostly guardians materialized in the courtyard of Forgotten Oaths, Aranwe's communion with these spectral echoes revealed safe passage. When mechanical traps threatened to seal them in the clockwork underhalls, Freyra's technical brilliance disarmed mechanisms untouched for centuries, but their progress did not go unnoticed. By the third day, they spotted the first assassin, a shadow-cloaked figure bearing the insignia of the Elven High Council. The next morning, they narrowly avoided poisoned darts fired by an agent of the Dwarven Stone Lords. "Our families want us silenced before we discover whatever truth they fear," Aranwe observed grimly as they barricaded themselves in an ancient library. "Question is, what truth could possibly threaten both our kingdoms so severely?" Freyra wondered, reinforcing the doors with a hastily constructed mechanical lock. The answer began to reveal itself as they translated manuscripts preserved in the central archives. Itilmar had not simply disappeared, it had been intentionally hidden by the last unified council of elves and dwarves to protect something of terrible power and consequence. The final piece fell into place when they reached the heart of the city, the legendary Chamber of Convergence. At its center stood a crystalline structure that pulsed with colors beyond normal perception. "The Portal of Realities," Aranwe breathed, recognizing it from ancient texts. As they approached, the chamber's walls became transparent, revealing the truth. Itilmar was not merely built upon the land, it was a massive, sentient artifact, a living entity created to guard the portal. The treasures that both kingdoms coveted, the crystal scepter of the elves, the world-forge hammer of the dwarves, were never mere symbols of power. They were keys designed to lock away beings from beyond reality itself. Our ancestors unified not out of friendship, but necessity, Freyra realized, her instruments detecting dimensional energies that defied her scientific understanding. As they faced a threat so grave, it required both races' combined might. A voice suddenly resonated around them, not heard but felt, reverberating through stone and bone alike. "The Guardian awakens, the keys approach, the binding weakens." The city entity of Itilmar was communicating directly with them, revealing through cascading visions how the alliance of old had imprisoned interdimensional entities that would have consumed their world. The ancient rulers of both races, fearful that future generations might misuse such power, had separated the keys and hidden Itilmar itself, erasing much of the true history. But now both kingdoms marched to claim these artifacts, not knowing they're dismantling the very locks that protect our world, Aranwe said, horror dawning in his eyes. They had little time. Already, the advanced forces of both armies had reached Itilmar's outer districts. The assassins sent to silence them had joined larger contingents, guiding them toward the central chamber. "We need to repair the binding before they reach us," Freyra declared, examining the portal mechanism with expert eyes. "I can modify the enchantment matrix with my tools, but I'll need your knowledge of Elven arcana to stabilize it." As shouts and the clash of arms echoed through approaching corridors, the unlikely pair worked in perfect synchronicity, dwarven ingenuity an elven mysticism flowing together as they had in Ithilmar's golden age. The portal flared with renewed energy just as the doors burst open. Elite guards from both kingdoms flooded the chamber, weapons drawn, only to freeze in shock at the sight before them, a dwarf and an elf, working as one to channel power that neither race could wield alone. "Stop!" Aranwe commanded, his voice carrying the authority of his royal bloodline. "What you seek will destroy everything your kings and queens hope to preserve. The treasures are not prizes to be claimed," Freyra added, her mechanical amplifiers projecting her voice throughout the chamber. "They are keys to a prison holding back the end of our world." The binding completed with a thunderous surge of power that knocked all present to the ground. When they recovered, Ithilmar had stabilized, no longer shifting, but solid and permanent once more. The portal of realities glowed with contained energy, safely sealed. In the stunned silence that followed, the city entity of Ithilmar spoke one final time, now audible to all present. "The truth stands revealed. The choice remains. Unity or oblivion." As dawn broke, messengers from both contingents raced back to their kingdoms, bearing unprecedented news. Ithilmar had returned not as a prize to be claimed, but as a warning and an opportunity. A second chance for the ancient alliance that once saved their world. Standing together on the Spiral Needle's observation platform, Aranwe and Freyra watched the sun rise over a city that had changed everything. "Do you think they'll listen this time?" Freyra asked, her mechanical gauntlets finally powered down after days of constant use. Aranwe's gaze turned to the distant mountains and forests where their estranged homes lay. "They must, for Ithilmar has not merely returned, it has awakened. And this time, it will not allow itself to be forgotten." Below them, the first tear-shaped fountains of Ithilmar began to glow with renewed purpose, their waters flowing once more between the realms of two peoples whose destinies had always been intertwined. Story 3. The great ancestral tree was dying. For 10,000 years, its colossal trunk had bridged the realms of sky and stone, its upper branches creating the suspended kingdom of Silverweave, where the elves dwelled among emerald canopies, while its roots formed the labyrinthine halls of Deepstone, where dwarven hammers sang against ancient rock. Neither race had cause to venture into the other's domain. The elves claiming the dwarves, mining weakened the tree's foundation, the dwarves asserting that elven magic drained its vitality. Now, amber leaves fell like rain from withering branches, while deep below, roots that had once glowed with earth magic turned brittle and grey. In both realms, councils gathered in desperate closed sessions, each race blaming the other for the tree's mysterious decline. But in a secluded grove, on the tree's middle reaches, in the contested zone where neither race ventured, a lone figure knelt in the moonlight, her slender fingers pressing against bark that had once pulsed with life. Elwen Cantoverde's silver-green eyes reflected starlight as she sang notes too pure for mortal composition, her voice blending with the night breeze. Where her melody touched the tree's surface, faint luminescence briefly flickered before fading again. "You resist my songs now, old one," she whispered, her melodic voice trembling. "What illness grips you that even the ancient harmonies cannot heal?" The dew-beaded grass around her suddenly frosted over, an unnatural chill descending despite the summer night. Elwen rose with fluid grace, her moss-colored robes flowing around her lithe form as she drew a crystal dagger from her belt. The shadows between trees shifted, solidifying into cloaked figures with silver masks. "Druid Cantoverde," spoke the tallest of them, voice rich with authority. "You violate the Elder Council's decree. No elf shall attempt communion with the great tree until the dwarven contamination is neutralized. The tree knows no contamination except fear and division," Elwen replied, standing her ground despite being outnumbered. If we wait for diplomatic resolution, High Sentinel, there will be nothing left to save. Heresy, hissed another figure. Your sympathy for stone dwellers is well documented. Canto Verde. Your continued practice of root songs, dwarven corruptions of our pure melodies, proves your loyalties are compromised. A third sentinel unrolled a silver scroll that gleamed in the moonlight. By order of the Elder Council, your status as Keeper of Songs is revoked. Surrender your crystal songstone and accept exile, or face imprisonment in the silent chambers. Elowen's hand moved to the crystal pendant at her throat, the mark of her position, earned through centuries of dedicated study. Before she could respond, a deep rumble shook the grove, scattering leaves and sending birds fleeing from branches. The sentinels drew crystalline weapons, but too late. The ground beneath the leader's feet suddenly collapsed, revealing a perfectly circular tunnel. The sentinel vanished with a startled cry, plummeting into darkness. A stocky figure emerged from the hole, dust-covered and unapologetic. Grimwald Forjascura stood barely to Elowen's shoulder, but his presence filled the grove with unshakable solidity. His auburn beard was braided with metal rings, inscribed with runes that glowed faintly blue, a telltale sign of forbidden magical integration that had earned him exile from his own people. Your timing lacks subtlety, Master Forjascura, Elowen said with surprising familiarity. Tunneling isn't about subtlety, lass, the dwarf replied, his voice like stones rolling downhill. The remaining sentinels circled warily as Grimwald hefted his forge hammer, an unusual implement with runes spiraling its handle and a head that shimmered with embedded crystals no proper dwarven craft would incorporate. Fraternizing with stunted rock thumpers confirms your treachery, one sentinel spat. Grimwald's bushy eyebrows shot up. Stunted? I'll show you stunted, you tree-prancing twig. Enough. Elowen's voice carried unexpected power, momentarily stilling the confrontation. The tree weakens while we bicker. I've seen its fate in the dream waters. Unless we act now, both our realms face collapse. The Elder Council has spoken, the sentinel reminded her coldly. Then I accept exile. Elowen removed her songstone, letting it fall to the earth. And follow a different path. With a gesture learned from her dwarven ally, she struck the ground with her foot in a precise pattern. The earth responded to her command, not with elven grace but with dwarven certainty, opening another tunnel alongside Grimwald's. After you, Stone Shaper, she nodded to her companion. The dwarf grinned through his beard and leapt into the passage. Elowen followed, the earth sealing itself behind them, just as the sentinels lunged forward. You're certain of this vision? Grimwald asked hours later as they navigated the forgotten pathways between root and stone. Their unlikely friendship had formed 3 decades earlier when Elowen had discovered the dwarf incorporating elven crystalline harmonics into his forge techniques in a hidden workshop. The dream waters showed me clearly, she confirmed, ducking beneath a crystallized root. The tree's heart weakens because it's trying to restrain something imprisoned within it. Only a hammer forged in dragonfire can reawaken its strength. Grimwald stroked his beard thoughtfully, metal rings clinking together. The ancient texts in the Forbidden Archives spoke of such a hammer, the root singer, but dragonfire. The great worms retreated from these lands centuries ago. Not all, Elowen corrected. Zarbalan the Ancient still dwells in the Crystal Mountains. The sentinels avoid those peaks, claiming they're cursed. The truth is more complex. Zarbalan guards knowledge both our peoples have tried to bury. They emerged from the tunnel into a vast underground cavern where massive roots formed cathedral-like arches overhead. Crystal formations grew between them, catching their torchlight and refracting it in dazzling patterns. Here, in this middle realm between dwarf and elf territories, evidence of an older civilization appeared. Carvings showing tall and short figures working together, crafting something monumental. "Our ancestors," Grimwald murmured, tracing a carving with calloused fingers, working as one. "Before the sundering," Elowin agreed. "Before the immortal lords divided us." Shouts and the clatter of armor echoed through the cavern. Dwarven guards had discovered their presence. With practiced coordination, the unlikely pair fled deeper into the forgotten passages, Grimwald's stone sense guiding them through labyrinthine routes, while Elowin's magic obscured their trail with sudden growths of luminescent fungus that confused pursuers. For 7 days they traveled thus, hunted by both races, navigating the hidden boundaries between worlds. They ascended through ancient shafts, crossed subterranean rivers on bridges built by forgotten hands, and deciphered warnings carved in languages neither race fully remembered. "We're close," Elowin announced, as they emerged onto a mountain path where the air thinned and sparkled with ice crystals. Above them, peaks of pure crystal caught the sunlight, fracturing it into rainbows that danced across snowfields. Zarbalan's domain lies just beyond the Mirror Pass. Grimwald adjusted his pack containing carefully selected metals and gems, materials for the hammer they hoped to forge, assuming the Great Lizard doesn't simply eat us on sight. "Dragons have more sophisticated palates than that," Elowin smiled. "And though they do hunger for riddles and secrets, be prepared to trade knowledge for aid." The Mirror Pass lived up to its name. Walls of flawless crystal reflected their forms countless times, creating the illusion of an army of elves and dwarves marching together. At the pass's highest point, the path opened into a vast amphitheater of ice and crystal, at whose center lay a pool of liquid too silver to be water, too fluid to be metal. Curled around this pool, scales shifting between obsidian and diamond with each breath, lay Zarbalan. The dragon's size defied comprehension, each scale larger than a dwarf's shield, each tooth longer than an elven bow. Ancient eyes regarded them with the patience of mountains and the calculation of winter storms. "You're an elf who sings to roots and a dwarf who forges with starlight." The dragon's voice resonated not through air, but through the crystals surrounding them, creating harmonics that made Elowin's songstone vibrate in response. Anomalies, aberrations, or perhaps remembrances of what once was. Elowin stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Great Zarbalan, we seek—" "I know what you seek, small one," the dragon interrupted. "The question is whether you are prepared for what finding it will mean." Grimwald planted his feet firmly. "The great tree dies. Our homes will perish with it. What preparation exists for such an end?" The dragon's laughter shattered icicles around the cavern. "Direct, like all your kind. Very well. I will grant you what you seek. My fire to forge your hammer. But first, you must see the truth you will unleash." With a graceful movement belying his enormous size, Zarbalan breathed upon the silver pool. Its surface rippled, then projected images into the air, visions of a past deliberately forgotten. They watched as the truth unfolded. The great tree was no natural formation but a prison, created to contain a primordial being whose power had threatened to consume all. The divided races were never meant to be separate. Elves and dwarves had once been a single people, artificially split by the immortal lords who feared their combined power might challenge divine authority. The tree fails because the artificial division weakens it, Zarbalan explained. The hammer you seek will not merely revive it, it will potentially release what it contains, ending the separation between your peoples. Elwin and Grimwald exchanged glances, centuries of indoctrination warring with the undeniable truth before them. Those in power know this, Elwin realized. And that's why both our councils feared any cooperation between our races. A unified people might question those who rule through division, Grimwald agreed, his eyes reflecting determination. Is this why we were drawn together? To remember what was forgotten? Destiny or coincidence matters little. Zarbalan rose to his full height, crystals cracking beneath his weight. What matters is choice. Forge the hammer, save your tree, reunite your people, but know that those who profit from division will stop at nothing to prevent it. For 3 days, Grimwald worked at a forge heated by dragon's breath, incorporating metals from both realms, while Elwin sang harmonies that wove Elven and Dwarven magic together for perhaps the first time in millennia. The resulting hammer, the root singer, hummed with power that seemed to call to the very foundations of the world. As they prepared to depart, armies from both realms converged on the Crystal Mountains. The Elder Council and Stone Lords united only in their determination to stop what they had begun. "We won't make it back to the tree in time," Grimwald observed grimly, watching the approaching forces through a crystal wall. "Perhaps we don't need to." Elwin's eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. She placed her hands on the root singer, her voice lifting in a song that blended the deep resonance of dwarven mining chants with the airy melodies of elven forest hymns. The hammer responded, its runes blazing with blue-green light that spread through the crystal cavern, racing outward along paths unseen but deeply remembered. Far below, the great tree's roots trembled. High above, its branches swayed against the wind. From its dying core, something stirred, not the imprisoned entity, but the tree's own consciousness, awakening from millennia of enforced slumber. "The tree itself will choose," Elwin whispered. As it did in the beginning, Grimwald rested his hand alongside hers on the hammer. "Together, then, as we were meant to be." The light intensified, temporarily blinding them. When it faded, the advancing armies had frozen in their tracks, witnessing a transformation spreading through the great tree, roots and branches illuminated with renewed vitality, but also with revelation. Across both realms, ancient barriers dissolved as the tree reclaimed its original purpose, not as a prison, but as a bridge between worlds. In the crystal cavern, Elwin and Grimwald stood transformed as well, each bearing subtle marks of the other's race, embodiments of a unified heritage long denied. The dragon observed with ancient satisfaction as the first tremors of change rippled through the divided kingdoms. "And so the song of deep roots begins anew," Zarbalan murmured. "Oh, may your people remember how to sing it together." Story 4. The ancient seal of Aranthia shattered at midnight, its breaking like a silent scream that rippled across the realms. In the elven spires of Lunagent, seers collapsed, clutching their hearts. In the dwarven holds of Iron Deep, rune stones cracked and bled molten light. A protective magic that had endured for 1,000 years had failed, and beyond the mist-wreathed boundaries of the Vale of Aranthia, creatures that should never have drawn breath in the mortal world began to stir. Eldrin Estreladuro stood alone on the Crystal Watch, the highest observatory in the elven city of Astralis. His silver-white hair billowed in a wind that touched nothing else, and his eyes, unlike the emerald green of his kin, shone with the purple-blue luminescence of distant galaxies. As the last descendant of the Guardian bloodline, he alone could see the fracture lines spreading through the firmament like cracks in stained glass. "It has begun," he whispered, his melodic voice tight with dread. Or just as the prophecy foretold, when the 7 stars align in the crown of nightfall, the seal of ages shall fail, and that which was banished shall seek return. The astral sight passed down through his lineage revealed what others could not perceive. Tendrils of corruption already seeping through the breached seal, tainting the ancient forests at the edge of the Vale. By dawn, the elven forests would begin to blacken. By the next full moon, the corruption would reach the sacred groves. And if the legends spoke true, by winter's arrival, the Queen of the Abyss would walk again in the mortal realm. Eldrin's fingers instinctively reached for the hilt of a sword that was not there, had not been there for centuries. The Twilight Blade, the artifact that had sealed the rift a millennium ago, had been shattered in that final battle. Its fragments had been divided between the victorious allies as symbols of their eternal pact. A pact long since forgotten in generations of mistrust and hatred. The largest fragment, the hilt and a third of the blade, had remained with the Elven Guardians. But the other pieces had been entrusted to Frostbeard's clan, dwarven runemasters whose craft had empowered the blade with unbreakable bindings. A craft now lost, a clan now gone. 3 days later, Eldrin crossed the Whispering Plains, a terrain of knee-high silvery grass that rippled like water under the twin moons. His light elven armor, crafted from overlapping leaves of enchanted silverwood, made no sound as he moved. The power of his astral sight guided him, showing paths invisible to ordinary eyes. The corruption had spread faster than he'd feared. Already, creatures not seen for centuries prowled the plains. Shadow wraiths with no faces, only gaping maws that consumed light itself. Twice, he'd been forced to use his starfire arrows, revealing his presence when secrecy had been his aim. The mountains loomed ahead, their jagged peaks like teeth against the night sky. The Frostfang Range, home to the oldest and most isolated dwarven clans, and somewhere within, his only hope of restoring the seal. A flicker of movement caught his attention, too disciplined to be a natural predator, too deliberate to be a wandering traveler. Eldrin nocked an arrow silently, its tip glowing with suppressed power. "I count 3 arrows left in your quiver, Stargazer," came a voice from behind a nearby rock formation. "Are not enough for the Wraith Pack following your astral trail." The voice was unmistakably dwarven, gruff, resonant, but unexpectedly feminine. Eldrin did not lower his bow. "Show yourself, stone dweller!" A short figure emerged, but not as Eldrin had expected. Instead of traditional dwarven armor of layered metal plates, she wore a patchwork of leather and fabric inscribed with luminous runes. Her auburn beard, the mark of female dwarven nobility, was braided with metal rings that glowed with arcane energy. Most surprising was the staff she carried, an unmistakably elven design modified with dwarven runic amplifiers. Dagmar Martello de Fogo. She introduced herself with a shallow bow. Former rune, mistress of the Eastern Halls, current outcast and heretic. "And you must be the last guardian. The Star Eyes gave you away." Eldrin lowered his bow slightly. "How do you know of guardians? That knowledge was kept from dwarven chronicles." Dagmar's laugh was like stones rolling downhill. "There's much kept from dwarven chronicles that some of us found anyway. Just as your elders likely neglected to mention that the Twilight Blade was forged by dwarf and elf together, not by elven magic alone." A howl pierced the night, the unmistakable hunting cry of shadow wraiths, closer than comfort allowed. "This discussion requires safer ground," Dagmar declared, gesturing toward the mountains. "My sanctuary lies 2 hours hence. Unless you prefer to face the wraiths with your 3 arrows." Dagmar's sanctuary defied Eldrin's expectations of dwarven architecture. Rather than the angular, symmetrical designs favored by her people, her home was a natural cave system enhanced with organic-seeming modifications. Runes of protection and concealment pulsed along curving walls. and the central chamber housed a workshop where elven crystals and dwarven metals had been combined in ways neither race would officially sanction. "You've studied forbidden techniques," Eldrin observed, recognizing elements of magic his own people had abandoned generations ago. "All worthwhile knowledge is forbidden by someone," Dagmar replied, activating a runic sequence that sealed the cave entrance against pursuit. "My father called it corruption, mixing pure dwarven craft with elven frivolity." "Your father?" Dagmar's expression darkened. "Khazad Ironhand, once king under the Eastern Halls, now king of a dead clan in exile. The same Khazad who holds the central fragment of your twilight blade and blames elven treachery for the slaughter of his people." The revelation struck Eldrin like a physical blow. Khazad lives. The chronicles claim his entire line perished in the Crimson Mines disaster 3 centuries ago. "History written by those who benefit from its falsehoods," Dagmar muttered, retrieving an ancient scroll from a hidden compartment. She unrolled it on her workbench, revealing a diagram of the Twilight Blade in its complete form, annotated in both Elven script and Dwarven runes. "This is why I've waited for you, Guardian. The seal's failure was prophesied, and you're coming with it. What the prophecy doesn't mention is that the blade's reforging requires blood from both our lineages, Guardian and Runekeeper." Eldrin studied the scroll with growing astonishment. These notations, they're in the hand of Soreth Goldleaf, first Guardian of the Seal, and beside it, the runes of Grimfist Frostbeard, my ancestor, Dagmar confirmed. They worked as equals, contrary to the histories both our peoples teach. Outside, the wind carried another chorus of wraith cries, closer now despite the sanctuary's concealment. "The corruption spreads faster than it should," Eldrin noted. Something is accelerating it, a deliberate will," Dagmar nodded grimly. "The Queen of the Abyss stirs. Even fragmented beyond the seal, her influence grows. We must retrieve the blade pieces and reforge them at the seal's heart before the next dark moon, 16 days hence." "Your father holds the central fragment," Eldrin reminded her. "The same father who despises elves and disowned you for studying their ways." Dagmar's smile held no humor. "A family reunion long overdue." The journey to Khazad's exile fortress of Grimhold took them through the most treacherous paths of the Frostfang range. Peaks that would have been insurmountable to either race alone became navigable through their combined skills. Eldrin's astral sight revealing hidden paths, Dagmar's runic knowledge dispelling ancient traps left by her ancestors. Wraith packs and fouler things harried them at every turn. Corruption spread through the land like ink through parchment, turning pristine snowfields to blackened waste and transforming wildlife into twisted abominations. Both companions bore wounds from these encounters, and their supplies dwindled faster than planned. "Tell me of your exile," Eldrin asked one night as they sheltered in a narrow crevasse, sharing the meager warmth of a runic heatstone. "How does a rune mistress of royal blood become a heretic?" Dagmar's fingers traced the glowing symbols on her staff. I questioned. First, small matters of craft, then greater ones of history. Why did our peoples, who had achieved such marvels together, become bitter enemies? The official answer, elven betrayal at the Battle of Crimson Falls, never satisfied me. She described discovering hidden archives, texts deliberately removed from dwarven libraries that spoke of a time when the races had been not just allies, but partners in greater works than either could achieve alone. When I incorporated elven crystal harmonics into traditional runic matrices, the results were revolutionary, too revolutionary. My father accused me of corrupting the pure dwarven craft, of dishonoring our ancestors, When I persisted, showing how these techniques could revitalize our failing minds, he gave me a choice: renounce my research or renounce my name. The bitterness in her voice was tempered with conviction. I chose truth over tradition. Eldrin was silent for a long moment. My own people tell a different history, that dwarven greed broke our alliance, that they hoarded secrets meant to be shared, and both versions serve the same purpose, Dagmar concluded, perpetuating division where unity once stood. In that moment of shared understanding, something shifted between them, a recognition that transcended centuries of indoctrinated prejudice. Grimhold loomed before them at last, a fortress carved into a mountain's heart. Its entrance a massive door of black iron, emblazoned with the crest of a clan officially extinct. No guards patrolled its ramparts, no smoke rose from its forges. It stood as a monument to bitter exile. He maintains no retainers, Dagmar explained. Pride would not allow him to admit his fall from power to others of our kind. Before they could approach, the iron doors swung open with a groan of ancient hinges. A solitary figure emerged, broad-shouldered even for a dwarf, with a snow-white beard that reached his knees and eyes like cooled iron. Khazad Ironhand, once ruler of the wealthiest dwarven kingdom, wore simple leather and steel, unadorned save for a crown of unpolished iron. "So," his voice rumbled like distant thunder, "my wayward daughter returns, and with an elf beside her. The disgrace compounds." Dagmar stepped forward, meeting her father's cold gaze without flinching. "The seal of Aranthia has broken, father. The Twilight Blade must be reforged." "Let the world burn," Khazad spat. "What care I for a realm that forgot my people, that believed the lies told of our end? The blade's fragment is my prize, my reminder of elven treachery." "There was no treachery," Eldrin interjected, stepping forward with palms open to show he carried no weapon. "At least, not from my people to yours, nor yours to mine." "The elf speaks riddles," Khazad scoffed. "He speaks truth," Dagmar insisted. "Father, I found evidence in texts both races tried to destroy. Our mutual hatred was orchestrated, a deliberate manipulation spanning centuries." From her pack, she withdrew ancient parchments, dwarven records thought destroyed, elven accounts sealed away from their own people. Together they told a different history of an entity that fed on conflict, that had posed as advisors to both races, encouraging suspicion that grew into hatred. "The Queen of the Abyss cannot defeat our peoples united," Eldrin explained. So her servants divided us, turning the very strength of our alliance, our different perspectives, into a wedge between us. Khazad's weathered face revealed nothing as he examined the documents. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost some of its harshness. "Come inside. If you speak truth, there is much to discuss before dawn." 3 days later, as corruption crept ever closer to the heart of both realms, an unprecedented party stood before the fractured seal in the Vale of Aranthia, an elven guardian, a dwarven rune mistress, and an exiled dwarf king. Before them, on a stone altar, lay the reassembled fragments of the Twilight Blade, its breaks still visible like scars across its gleaming surface. "The reforging requires blood freely given from both lineages," Eldrin recited from the ancient text, "and the acknowledgement of truths long denied." Khazad stepped forward, his proud shoulders unbent despite centuries of nursing grievances. "I, Khazad Ironhand, acknowledge that my hatred was misplaced, my vengeance sought against the wrong enemy. The blood of Frostbeard flows through me, and I offer it in atonement." Dagmar joined him, her runic implements ready. "I, Dagmar Martello de Fogo, acknowledge that truth has no single face, that wisdom comes from many sources. The blood of innovation flows through me, and I offer it in creation. Finally, Eldrin completed the triangle around the altar. I, Eldrin Estreladuro, acknowledge that guardianship requires not isolation, but connection. The blood of starlight flows through me, and I offer it in renewal. As 3 drops of blood, Elven, Dwarven, and from their combined lineages, fell upon the fractured blade, Dagmar activated runic sequences that harmonized with Eldrin's astral incantations. Khazad added the forgotten words his clan had maintained in secret, completing a ritual performed only once before in history. The twilight blade blazed with sudden light, not mended, but transformed. Where breaks had been, new material bound the fragments together, neither metal nor crystal, but something that captured qualities of both, stronger at its joins than in its original form. Like our peoples, Dagmar observed quietly. Stronger together than apart. As Eldrin raised the reforged blade toward the fractured seal, tendrils of darkness coalesced beyond the barrier, forming a face of terrible beauty, the queen of the abyss, so close to freedom, now facing renewed imprisonment. This changes nothing, her voice whispered in their minds. I am eternal, I am patient. Allies become enemies given time enough. Not this time, Eldrin replied, driving the blade into the heart of the seal. Light exploded outward as ancient magic and new purpose combined. The corruption receded like a tide pulled by unseen moons, and across both realms, creatures of shadow dissolved back into the nothing from which they had emerged. As the light faded, Eldrin, Dagmar, and Khazad found themselves changed. Where they had stood separate, they now stood connected by threads of luminescence, visible markers of an invisible truth. Their peoples had always been bound by shared fate and would remain so forevermore. In the skies above Aranthia, 7 stars shifted in their eternal dance, forming not the crown of nightfall, but a new constellation scholars would later name the unified Guardians. 3 points of light, bound together against the ancient dark. Story 5. The shadows came with the new moon, seeping like liquid night from the forgotten depths of Grimhold Mountain. They crept through the ancient forests of Silverleaf, where the elves had dwelled for 10,000 years, and seeped into the great halls of Durnhall, where dwarven hammers had rung against stone since the first dawn. By morning, the first victims stood frozen, their eyes obsidian pools, their bodies wreathed in darkness that consumed them from within. In the upper chambers of the Emerald Spire, where moonlight filtered through crystalline windows crafted by master artisans centuries dead, Lyraniel Silverleaf lowered her jade-carved divining bowl with trembling hands. The rippling waters had shown her the 5th elven village to fall in as many nights, her mother's childhood home. None survived when the shadow touched them. They simply transformed, joining the growing army of darkness that now haunted the borderlands. You seek answers in water when steel is needed, came a voice from the doorway. Thalanil, captain of the Twilight Guard, stood with his ornate longbow at his side. His silver armor caught the morning light, the ancient symbols of protection etched into its surface, glowing with subtle power. The High Council has decided. We ride for Grimhold. Lyraniel rose with the fluid grace of her kind, silver blonde hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. Unlike most elven archers who favored elaborate, jewel-adorned bows, hers was simple heartwood and sinew, unadorned but for ancient runes burned into its surface with ceremonial fire. The shadows come from deeper than Grimhold's roots, she replied, her voice carrying the melody that marked high elven lineage. And we both know what sleeps beneath the mountain. Thalanil's expression darkened. The dwarves of Durnhall have sealed the deeper passages. Their pride did not create this curse, Lyraniel interrupted, gathering her arrows, each tipped with silver and blessed by starlight. The shadows take them as they take us. Whatever ancient hatred lies between our peoples, we share this threat. The council believes the Stonehammer clan awakened this darkness with their endless delving, Thalaniel insisted. Lyraniel slung her bow across her back, her violet eyes holding centuries of wisdom despite her relatively young age among immortals. Then perhaps we should ask them directly, rather than making accusations across the divide of mountains. Far beneath the surface, in the grand feasting hall of Durnhall's royal quarters, Thorek Stonehammer slammed his fist against the granite table, sending goblets of dwarven firemead scattering. The Council of Elders flinched, not from fear of their prince's temper, but from the sight of his forearm, where tendrils of shadow had begun to creep beneath the skin, despite the protective runes hastily tattooed around the wound. 3 mining colonies lost, 100 warriors transformed, and your solution is to seal more tunnels. Thorek's voice echoed against the vaulted ceiling, where constellations had been painstakingly recreated with luminous gems. His red beard, braided with gold rings marking his 30 successful campaigns, trembled with barely contained fury. "The ancient texts are clear, my prince," said Grimir, eldest of the Runekeepers. His beard was white as mountain snow, his eyes clouded with cataracts that did nothing to diminish his inner sight. The shadow cannot be fought, only contained. Our ancestors built the 7 seals for this purpose, 6 of which have already failed, Thorek countered, wincing as he flexed his infected arm. The shadow had touched him 3 days prior, when he led the last evacuation from the eastern delves. Only his royal blood, infused with the ancient magic of the mountain, had slowed its progress. And what of the surface folk? Do we abandon them to the shadow while we cower behind stone doors? The council shifted uncomfortably. Relations with the leaf dancers, as they dismissively called the Elves, had been strained for centuries, ever since the Battle of Crimson Falls, where dwarven blood had stained the waters red under elven arrows. "Their fate is their own," grumbled Domic Ironfist, master of the Western Holds. "Let them flee to their sacred groves." "The shadow fears living wood," or so the old songs claim. "The shadow fears nothing now," came a new voice, soft as falling ash but powerful enough to silence the chamber. All eyes turned to the entrance where Morag, the keeper of memories, stood clutching an ancient codex bound in metal and stone. The diminutive female dwarf, her copper beard adorned with memory stones that recorded the clan's history, had not attended council in decades, preferring the company of ancient texts to living voices. "I have found the original account of the Shadow's first rising," she announced, approaching the table with reverent steps. "Before the sundering of our peoples, before elf and dwarf walked separate paths," Thorek leaned forward, ignoring the pain as shadow tendrils crept higher on his arm. "Speak, Memory Keeper." Morag opened the codex, revealing pages of hammered gold inscribed with runes so old that few living dwarves could still decipher them. "The shadow is no natural curse, but a weapon forged by Valerian the Archimage to protect both our peoples in ancient days. When the Great Alliance shattered, he could not choose between his children of stone and children of starlight. His heart broke, and with it, his magic twisted into the shadow we now face." Valerian. Thorek's brows furrowed beneath his golden circlet. "The legends claim he ascended to walk among the gods." "Legends crafted to hide a darker truth," Morag replied solemnly. He sleeps beneath Grimhold Mountain, his dreams becoming the nightmare that now consumes our peoples, and there is but one artifact that can break his curse, the Dawnstone, hidden at the heart of his ancient sanctum where mountain and forest meet. The Twilight Pass marked the ancient boundary between Elven and Dwarven lands. a narrow ravine where towering pines gradually gave way to stark cliffs. In peacetime, it had hosted seasonal markets where the finest works of both races were traded. In war, its stones had drunk the blood of generations. Now it stood empty, save for two figures approaching from opposite sides. Lyraniel moved silently through the underbrush, each step placed with the precision learned through centuries of hunting. Her senses, keener than any mortal's, detected the heavy footfalls of a dwarf long before she spotted him on the path. Thorek made no attempt at stealth, his enchanted warhammer slung across his broad shoulders, armor gleaming with runes of protection. The shadow veins had spread across his chest now, visible even through his beard where they traced patterns like twisted branches against his skin. They stopped 10 paces apart, ancient enemies bound by current necessity. "I did not expect the dwarves to send their prince," Lyraniel observed, noting the signs of corruption with a pang of sympathy she quickly suppressed. "And I did not expect the elves to send an assassin," Thorek replied gruffly, recognizing the distinctive bow she carried. "That's swift silver, the weapon that took my grandfather's life at Crimson Falls." Lyraniel's expression remained impassive, though her fingers tightened almost imperceptibly around the bow. "And your ancestor's hammer shattered the moon bridge, sending 300 of my kin plummeting to their deaths." Shall we recite the entire bloody history, or address the shadow that now claims both our peoples? Thorek's laugh was unexpected, a deep rumble like distant thunder. "Direct, for an elf? Very well. Lyraniel Silverleaf, my memory keeper, has found mention of an artifact that might end this curse, the Dawn Stone. As has my council," she acknowledged with a slight nod. "Though our records suggest it requires royal blood from both our lines to activate. A convenient detail your people might have manufactured to justify regicide," Thorek observed dryly. "As your kind might have fabricated the stone's existence to lure our royalty into a trap," she countered, a flicker of amusement crossing her ageless features. "Trust has never been our people's virtue." The witty reply Thorek had prepared died on his lips as pain lanced through his infected arm. He staggered, dropping to one knee as the shadow pulsed within him. Without hesitation, Lyraniel was at his side, slender fingers pressing against his temples as she whispered words in ancient Elven, a temporary warding that eased his agony. "Why?" he gasped as the pain receded. "Dead dwarves tell no tales, and I need your knowledge of the underground passages," she replied pragmatically, though something in her violet eyes suggested a more complex truth. "Besides, your royal blood may indeed be necessary. The texts speak of mountain's heart and forest's soul combined." Thorek regained his feet, regarding the elf with newfound respect. "Then it seems we walk the path together, Leaf Dancer, whether our ancestors approve or not." "So it would seem, Stone Shaper." Their journey into Grimhold's depths revealed a mountain, honeycombed with passages, some carved by dwarven hands over millennia, others eerily perfect tunnels that seemed to predate both their civilizations. Shadow-corrupted beings haunted the deeper ways, elves and dwarves whose bodies had been transformed into vessels of darkness, their eyes empty voids, their movements jerky and unnatural. Lyraniel's arrows found their marks with unerring precision, temporarily disrupting the shadows without harming their possessed hosts. Thorek's hammer, infused with runes of banishment, struck with surprising delicacy for one of his kind, driving back the darkness without crushing the vessels it inhabited. "You don't fight like typical dwarves," Lyraniel observed after they had repelled a particularly vicious attack. "There's almost grace to your movements, and you don't shoot to kill despite your reputation," Thorek replied, binding a wound on his increasingly corrupted arm. Oh, good that the songs call you the Silver Death among my people. A shadow passed over Liraniel's features. Songs written by those who weren't present. I've never taken dwarven life, only marked those responsible for my parents' deaths, that they might live with the memory as I do. Thorek's eyes widened. The silver marks? That was your work. For 30 years, my father bore a silver arrow scar over his heart, a wound that never fully healed. He led the raid on Silverglade, she replied simply. 42 elves died, including both my parents. The silence between them grew heavy with centuries of grievance until Thorek finally spoke. He claimed your people attacked first, that elven magic corrupted the drinking water, killing a dozen dwarven children. Liraniel stopped walking, turning to face him fully. That is a lie. My mother was a healer who treated dwarven children stricken with cave fever. When they died despite her efforts, your father accused her of poisoning them. How can two peoples remember the same events so differently? Thorek wondered aloud. Before Liraniel could respond, they rounded a corner and found themselves in a vast chamber unlike any other in the mountain. Perfect crystalline columns supported a domed ceiling where constellations danced in patterns that matched no known sky. At the center stood a dais of white stone, upon which rested a pulsing gem the size of a dwarf's fist, half brilliant diamond, half deepest onyx. The Dawn Stone, they whispered in unison. As they approached, shadows coalesced around the dais, forming a figure both beautiful and terrible, an ancient elf with the bearing of a king, yet possessing the solid strength associated with dwarves. His eyes shifted between diamond brightness and void-like darkness. My children return at last, spoke Valerian, the archimage, his voice resonating with power that shook dust from the ceiling. Though not as I had hoped, Liraniel knocked an arrow, while Thorek raised his hammer defensively. You're the source of the shadow curse, Liraniel accused. You're consuming both our peoples. Valerian's laughter echoed like breaking glass. Is that what the histories claim? How clever of those who wrote them. No, child of starlight, I am not consuming, I am reclaiming what was sundered. Speak plainly, Archimage, Thorek demanded. No, before the sundering, there was one people, Valerian explained, gesturing to ancient murals on the walls that neither had noticed before. Images showing beings that combined elven grace with dwarven strength. The firstborn, perfect in their balance of craft and nature, strength and wisdom. When ancient enemies threatened to destroy all, I divided them, creating elves to preserve their connection to stars and forest, dwarves to maintain their bond with stone and fire. You split our ancestors into two races. Liraniel struggled to comprehend the magnitude of such magic. A temporary measure meant to last a single generation while the enemy was defeated. Valerian's form flickered between shadow and light. No, but those who led each new race grew to love their separate identities, their specific gifts. They refused reunification, imprisoned me beneath the mountain, and rewrote history to erase all memory of what came before. Thorek looked down at the shadow consuming his arm with new understanding. The corruption, it's not evil at all. It's attempting to restore what was divided. Clumsily, through my fractured dreams, Valerian confirmed. The Dawn Stone was the catalyst for the original sundering. Only it can guide a proper restoration, or make the separation permanent, if that is your choice. Liraniel and Thorek exchanged glances, centuries of hostility between their peoples, weighing against the revelation of their shared origin. Our peoples would never accept reunification, Liraniel said softly. Too much blood has been spilled, and yet here we stand, Thorek observed, an elf and dwarf who've set aside ancient hatred to fight together. Perhaps not all would reject the truth. Together they approached the stone, its dual nature reflecting their own divided heritage. As royal descendants of the original firstborn leaders, their blood carried the purest connection to what had been lost. "Whatever we decide," Lyraniel said, placing her hand above the stone, "we do so as equals, with the understanding that both our peoples must determine their own fate once the shadow is controlled." "Agreed," Thorek replied, positioning his shadow-veined hand opposite hers. "No more secrets, no more lies about our shared past." Their hands descended simultaneously onto the dawn stone. Light and shadow erupted from its core, racing up their arms and enveloping their bodies. For a moment that stretched into eternity, each experienced the other's entire history, every joy and sorrow, triumph and loss, through generations of separation. When the light subsided, the shadow corruption had vanished from Thorek's body. Valerian's form had solidified, no longer shifting between extremes, but existing in perfect balance. "The choice is made," the Archimage observed. "Not reunification, but understanding. Not one people, but two who remember their common root." "The shadow curse," Lyraniel questioned. "Transformed by your choice," Valerian explained. "And it will no longer corrupt unwillingly, but remain as potential, a path that individuals might choose if they wish to embrace both aspects of their heritage." As they departed Grimhold's depths, carrying the knowledge that would forever change relations between their peoples, Lyraniel and Thorek walked side by side, neither fully elf nor dwarf in their understanding anymore, but something more complete than either had been before. Behind them, Valerian watched with the patient smile of one who had waited 1,000 years for the first step toward healing a division he had never intended to be permanent. Story 6. The final forge went dark with a sound like the dying breath of a god. Deep within the cavernous halls of Khazad-Ormm, Master Forger Grimnar Ironheart stood motionless before the extinguished eternal forge of the seventh depth, his weathered face illuminated only by the scattered torchlight that seemed frail and inadequate in the vast chamber. For 10,000 years, the 7 great forges had burned without interruption, their sacred flames passed from one generation of dwarven keepers to the next in an unbroken chain of fiery succession. Now, 6 had failed in as many weeks. And with this 7th, the oldest and most powerful, the great mountain citadel of Khazad-Ormm trembled on the precipice of ruin. "And so it is done," rasped King Thorgrim's Stonecrown, his voice echoing through the chamber where the most revered dwarf lords and master crafters had gathered. Ancient runes carved into the walls, once glowing with molten light, now lay dormant like dead stars. The heart of the mountain beats no more. Grimnar ran his calloused fingers over his elaborately braided beard, each silver-threaded plait representing a masterwork forged over his 2-century lifespan. "There is more to this than simple extinction, my king. These flames were bound to the very essence of our mountains, to the lifeblood of our realm. They cannot simply die." The silence that followed was heavy as iron. The king's eyes, sharp as cut diamond even in his advanced years, fixed upon his master forger. "Then you must discover what has happened, and quickly. Without the eternal forges, our defenses weaken. Already the deepest mines grow cold, and strange whispers echo from abandoned tunnels. I've consulted every ancient text in our libraries," Grimnar said, his voice lowering. "There is only one answer. Though it pains me to speak it, we must seek knowledge elsewhere." The council erupted in mutters and protests, but King Thorgrim raised a hand encrusted with rings of office. "Speak plainly, Ironheart. The Elves of Solastrum, your majesty. Their sacred flames are said to share an origin with our forges. If answers exist anywhere beyond our mountains, they would be in their keeping." A collective intake of breath swept through the chamber. No dwarf had willingly entered elven lands in over 5 centuries, not since the great schism that had sundered the ancient alliance between the two peoples. "And you would have us beg aid from those who betrayed us," growled Lord Durin Hammerfell, the eldest member of the council. "I would have us survive," Grimnar countered, his voice steady despite the sacrilege of his words. "Pride is a poor tool for rebuilding our kingdom from ashes." Dawn found Grimnar already leagues from Khazad-Ormm, the weight of his people's future heavy on his shoulders as he journeyed eastward toward the elven realm of Solastrum. He traveled light, carrying only essentials, his smith's hammer passed down through 16 generations, a leather-bound tome of ancient metalworking secrets, and a small iron casket containing embers from the last forge, now grown cold against his chest. Around his neck hung the emblem of the master forger, wrought of a strange silvery metal that no dwarf had managed to replicate since the First Age. 7 days later, as the towering pines of the verdant march gave way to the silvery-trunked melon trees that marked the borders of Solastrum, Grimnar encountered his first elven patrol. They emerged from the forest like ghosts, their movements fluid as water, arrows nocked but not drawn. "You trespass on the sovereign lands of Solastrum, dwarf," said their leader, a tall elf with hair like spun moonlight and eyes the color of spring leaves. "Ye state your purpose or return to your mountains." Grimnar squared his shoulders. "I seek audience with Elowen of the Sacred Flame. I come on behalf of King Thorgrim's stone crown of Khazad-Ormm on a matter that concerns both our realms." The patrol leader's expression betrayed nothing, but Grimnar noted the subtle exchange of glances among the guards. "Curious that you should seek Archmage Elowen specifically," said the leader. "Follow, but know that you are watched." They led him deeper into the forest, where the Melian grew to impossible heights, their canopy forming a cathedral of silver and gold far above. Unlike the pragmatic straight lines and angular precision of dwarven architecture, elven structures seemed to grow from the living forest itself. Elegant spirals of living wood and crystalline material that glowed with an inner light. At the heart of Solastrum stood the Tower of Azure Flame, a breathtaking spire that twisted upward like a frozen tendril of smoke, its translucent walls shimmering with an inner blue radiance. Yet as they approached, Grimnar noted with grim satisfaction that the light pulsed unevenly, dimming in rhythmic failures. "Your flames falter as well," he observed aloud. His escort stiffened. "You will speak only when addressed by the Archmage." They ascended the tower via a spiraling ramp that wound around its exterior, offering vertigo-inducing views of the elven city below. At the summit, a circular chamber opened to the sky above, where 7 floating basins of crystal contained dancing blue flames, or should have. 3 basins stood dark, their fires extinguished. Before them stood Elowen, Archmage of Solastrum. Unlike the willowy frames of most elves, she possessed a commanding presence, her posture unyielding as mountain stone. Her robes shimmered with embedded starlight, and her eyes, ancient beyond reckoning, held the depth of one who had witnessed the turning of many ages. "So the dwarves finally breached their mountains," she said, her voice melodious yet sharp as honed steel. I wondered how many flames would need to die before pride gave way to necessity." Grimnar bristled but held his tongue. "You knew of our forges failing, just as you observed our flames dimming. They are bound to the same source, a truth your people chose to forget when you sealed your mountain halls to us. A necessary precaution after your kind stole the Heartstone," Grimnar countered. Elowen's laugh was cold as midwinter. "Is that the tale your histories tell? How convenient for your pride." She gestured to the extinguished basins. "But ancient grudges matter little now. Something stirs beneath the foundations of our world, something that should have remained sleeping." Grimnar withdrew the iron casket from his pack. Our forges are fully extinguished. 7 flames, gone in as many weeks. As I feared, she murmured. And then there is little time. She turned toward a great map etched into the floor of the chamber, a map that showed not political boundaries, but ley lines of power flowing beneath the world like rivers of light. The flames are not merely fires, Master Dwarf. They are bindings, anchors for something your ancestors and mine imprisoned together long ago, when our peoples were one in purpose, if not in form. She waved her hand, and the map shimmered, revealing a mountain taller than all others, situated precisely between the Dwarf and Elven realms. Beneath Mount Firheim sleeps an entity of pure elemental fire, a fragment of creation itself that fell from the heavens in the First Age. Its power was too great, too dangerous to be wielded or destroyed, so the greatest smiths of your people and the most powerful mages of mine crafted 14 bindings, 7 forges, and 7 sacred flames to contain its power and channel it in ways that would benefit both our kingdoms. And now those bindings fail, Grimnar concluded, the implications hitting him like a hammer strike. If all 14 are extinguished, the entity awakens, Elwyn finished. Already the mountain grows warm. Already strange fires burn in places they should not. We have perhaps a fortnight before it breaks free entirely. What followed was unprecedented in the recent histories of either people. An elven archmage and a dwarven master forger working side by side in the Tower of Azure Flame, poring over ancient texts and diagrams, some written in languages dead for millennia. Days passed in a blur of discovery and argument, mutual respect reluctantly growing between the two masters. It was hatred that sundered our peoples, Elwyn said on the 5th night as they studied by the light of one of the remaining flames. The Heartstone was never stolen. It was hidden by both our ancestors to prevent either side from claiming complete control over the bindings. Grimnar looked up from an ancient scroll. Then where is it now? Where else? At the source. Beneath Mount Firheim, with the entity itself. The final key to either renewing the imprisonment or... She hesitated. Or what? There was another way. A third path mentioned in the oldest texts. Not imprisonment, not release, but transformation. A fusion of dwarf craft and elven magic that could potentially change the nature of the entity itself. Into what? Grimnar asked. Elwyn's eyes met his. That was never recorded. Perhaps even our ancestors feared to hope for too much. 3 days later, they stood at the peak of Mount Firheim, the air around them shimmering with heat from below. They had traveled with a small company of the most trusted from both realms, 3 elven mages and 3 dwarven crafters, each carrying components necessary for the ritual to come. Whatever grudges lay between our peoples, Grimnar addressed the company, must be set aside now. The task before us requires perfect unity of purpose. The descent into the mountain's heart was perilous. Ancient tunnels, carved by neither dwarf nor elf, but by the entity's own power-seeking escape, spiraled downward into tremendous heat. Elven magic created barriers of cool air that allowed them to press onward, while dwarven craft reinforced passages on the verge of collapse. At last, they reached the central chamber, a vast cavern at the mountain's heart where reality itself seemed to waver. At its center floated a being of pure flame, its form constantly shifting between shapes, a great bird with wings of fire, a serpent of molten light, a humanoid figure with stars for eyes. Around it, embedded in the very rock of the chamber in a perfect circle, were 14 crystalline nodes, 7 dark, 4 flickering weakly, 3 still burning strong. And there, suspended directly above the entity, hung the legendary Heartstone, a perfect diamond the size of a dwarf's fist, pulsing with internal fire and rotating slowly as if observing them. The Heartstone was never meant to control, Elowen whispered in awe. It was meant to communicate. What happened next transcended the boundaries of Dwarven chronicles or Elven song. As the entity sensed their presence, its fury shook the mountain to its foundations. Yet when Grimnar raised his ancestral hammer and Elowen channeled elven magic through her staff, something unexpected occurred. The Heartstone responded, descending slowly until it hovered between them. It's in pain, Grimnar realized suddenly. 10,000 years of imprisonment, any being would go mad. Elven magic and dwarven craft joined in desperate harmony. The ancient rituals they had rediscovered required both traditions, the elven understanding of elemental spirits and the dwarven mastery of crystalline structures. Working together, they did not renew the bindings but transformed them, creating not a prison but a conduit, not chains but a vessel. The chamber filled with blinding light as the entity's form collapsed into the Heartstone itself, no longer imprisoned but contained within a vessel of its own choosing. When vision returned, the Heartstone had transformed into a pulsing gemstone of impossible beauty, now marked with runes of both elven and dwarven making. The Heartstone Ascendant, Elowen named it in a whisper. In the months that followed, new forges were kindled in Khazad-Ormm, and new sacred flames danced in Solastrum, but these were different, linked directly to the transformed entity that now dwelled willingly in its crystalline home. The Heartstone Ascendant was kept in a newly constructed temple at the border between the two realms, tended by both peoples in alternating cycles. And if travelers along the mountain paths sometimes glimpsed a figure of living flame walking alongside an elven archmage and a dwarven master forger, all three deep in conversation that sparked with both fire and understanding. They spoke of it only in whispers, marveling at how ancient enemies had found common purpose in the most unlikely of places, the heart of a living flame that had once threatened to consume them all. Where hatred had divided, creation united. Where suspicion had ruled, trust cautiously bloomed. And in the shared guardianship of fire, two peoples found their way back to an alliance stronger than the mountain itself.